Welcome back to Apollo Justice. We are now, well, we're in the middle of Case 4 in Dual Destinies. Oh, no, wait. Oh, okay, we didn't go straight into the trial. We were investigating. That's right. I forgot. So, this is the case where, there's some stuff going on with Apollo at the moment. And we're trying to help out a friend of his, essentially, if I remember right. Going into the second half of the trial. I'll start remembering things as we go in. But let me just. Okay, yeah, fine. For some reason, I was thinking, oh, maybe I did it on a different save, but no, it's that one. Paula's best friend, Clay Terran, was murdered, and a man who he looks up to, Solomon Starbuck, is the... That's right, yeah. Okay. Let's do this. Court is now in session. All rise. Your Honor? Are you okay? Hey, Lionheart, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Well, I suppose we should reconvene the trial of Solomon Starbuck or something. Oh, he must be startled after what happened, because there was like a bomb or something.
Objection!
Hey, Phoenix. Hard to blame him. Yeah, I don't blame him now that I think about it. Your Honor? Would you please come out from under your bench? There are no more bombs, I promise. Oh, yes, sir. My apologies. Well, I'm still a little jumpy when it comes to trials involving bombs. I mean, I think anyone would be, traumatized by that. Well, I mean, the first courtroom exploded. And then Mr. Tone self-destructed. I guess that's one way of describing what happened to Tone. Anyway, it seems that Mr. Justice was seriously wounded by Mr. Tonate's actions. So you, Mr. Wright, will be taking up the defense? Do you have an understanding of what has happened in the trial so far? Yes, Your Honor. The defense is ready. Very well. Is the prosecution also ready? I take it you'd like me to give the opening statement this time? Looks like the judge has become a pretty good mind reader. Well, he's certainly seen more than his fair share of colorful prosecutors. You could say he's something of a veteran of sorts. Yeah, you could say that. Let's see. In the previous part of this trial, we learned that the victim, Clay Terran, escaped from Launchpad 1 carrying the defendant, Solomon Starbuck. That's right, yeah. There were explosions on the second floor of the Space Center and on the rocket itself. The two astronauts used the Launchpad 1 corridor to reach the boarding lounge. And how could the victim climb down the ladder if he was carrying the defendant? Why did I read crying? That was the mystery that needed to be solved. But Mr. Justice proved that the victim was killed in the boarding lounge. Prosecutor Blackwell, were you able to discover any new facts related to this point? And let's count. The Paynes, the Von Karmas, Godot, and Clavier Gavin at minimum. It's telling that Miles was the most normal. Yeah, honestly, that really says something. Upon further investigation, we discovered an oxygen tank fragment in the lounge. That's right, yeah, we did. Or rather, wait, well, he would have found it, so I guess, never mind. But we did see something, though. So I think that was that thing. So I don't think we took it in the end, if I remember right. Unless I'm thinking of something else, I'm not sure. Regardless. Surprisingly, it would appear that Justice Dodo's argument was correct. So that means the testimonies of the first two people on the scene are suspect. Two people who claim to be the first on the scene, but can we truly trust their statements? Two people were Detective Candace Arm and Yuri Cosmos, right? So one of them might have gotten the full statement to the police. Oh, by the way, chat, just a little heads up that anywhere from 35 minutes to over an hour from now, I will have to step away for a few minutes to grab some groceries because I'm getting the groceries delivered. So yeah, just a little heads up that I will have to step away for a few minutes at some point. And just as our team was about to cross-examine, Detective Arm, I forget, is it Arm or is it Army? I forgot what it was. I think it was Arm, right? Arm, yeah, okay. I forgot what it was for a second. Thank you. The courtroom bombing incident occurred and the trial was put on hold. Cursed fellow. He killed my witness. Killed Detective Arm. He definitely put the kibosh on anyone asking her about what she saw. Exactly. In other words, the question of who killed the victim in the boarding lounge has once again become the main focus of this trial. It's obvious Prosecutor Blackwell still thinks it was Mr. Starbuck. Albright said that Blackwell has the thing against the astronaut. Okay. Nevertheless, the defense argues there was a third person in the lounge and that's who killed the victim.
Objection!
To make such reckless claims in a courtroom takes a bold man, or a stupid one. There was no third person in the boarding lounge. Or have you gotten Dottie already? Old man. Wow! Okay then. How old is Phoenix? He's like, isn't he in his late 20s, 30s even? I'm pretty sure he's in his 30s at this point. $34? Yeah, so he's only he's a few years older than me. We'll see who's the dotard after I trounce you with my years of experience, little boy. Oh! In any case, Mr. Starbuck claims he saw someone leaving the lounge. Furthermore, a Space Center employee also saw a suspicious figure at the scene. That's right, yeah, we did hear about that. They saw a third person? I see my sister has been running her mouth. That's right, yeah, that was his sister. What about that? That's right, I almost forgot that Aura is Prosecutor Blackwell. So, yeah, exactly. No matter. She didn't see this mystery person's face clearly. Therefore, there is no evidence to indicate that this person was not the defendant. I guess the possibility that the figure was Mrs. Starbuck is still there. In brief, we need to determine if a third person was there or not. To this end, we should hear the testimony of one of the first people on the scene. Director Cosmos, huh? Very well. Bailiff, please bring the witness to the stand. Oh boy, here we go. I believe I've seen you before in the newspapers. Of course you have. Of course you have. Of course you have. For I am Yuri Cosmos, director of the Cosmos Space Center, which was, of course, named after me, Yuri Cosmos. Don't you have anything you wish to ask me? Looks like he's all geared up to do some bragging. 7 years ago, I successfully launched the HAT-1, and... everyone already knows how brilliant you are. Even I'm trying to hold back my tears at seeing such a great man standing before me. Is he being serious or is he being sarcastic? I'm sensing a sense of sarcasm here, but I could be wrong. So could you please proceed directly to your important testimony? I feel like that's just his way of telling him to shut up. With Blackpool, who knows? I mean, yeah. Ha ha ha! I see this fine young lad has a proper appreciation of greatness. Allow me to begin my... epical testimony that will be recorded in the annals of history. That speech of Prosecutor Blackwell's just now. It sounded more to me like he was poking fun at Director Cosmos. Probably for the best that it sailed right over the director's head. Now then, Director Cosmos, the condensed version of your illustrious testimony, please. I forget an H drink of water. Detective Arm and I rushed towards the boarding lounge together. We went via the control room and peeked in from there to see what was going on inside. We saw a figure standing in the middle of the lounge, and Terran lying on the floor. I hate to say it, but I can only imagine the standing figure must have been Starbuck. Okay, that doesn't really give us much. I see. So, in your testimony, you claim you arrived on the scene after the two had escaped from the launch pad to the lounge. And just after the victim had been killed. Oh, the horror. The humanity. But what I said is what I saw, and what I saw is what I said. Courageous action to take in the face of such terrified explosions, wouldn't you say? To save my men, I went personally into the epicenter of danger. Where's the epicenter? Regardless. Yeah. Risking my own life for theirs. I swear, this game really tests my... yeah, it really tests my vocabulary, because there's so many words in these game series that just throw me for a loop. And I feel stupid every single time. Oh, God. Yeah. Well, what do you know? It sounds like the director really cares about his men. Yeah, although it sounds more like he was scared and just had a peek from far away. Yeah, honestly, it does sound like that. Is the defense ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. Director Cosmos' testimony is pretty vague. You think? I'm gonna have to press him and draw out more information before I do anything else. Alright, here we go. Alright, first... oh, excuse me. First save of the day. Go. Start pressing. Where were you coming from? 6th floor. We were making sure any stragglers made their way to the 4th floor. It was then we heard about Starbuck and Terran and hurried to the 3rd floor lounge. On my galactic scooter here, of course. Why do you keep calling it galactic? Does it have something to do with space? Of course! It's specifically designed to be used on galactic battleships. I see. Then I take it works on 0G too? Sadly, no. With the current state of technology as it is, I'm afraid it would just float around and be galactically useless. Well, that's a galactic bummer. I see. So you rushed to the boarding lounge on your space-age pogo stick. When you got to the scene, what did you see? Thank you for the Lark Silver, appreciate it.
Hold it!
Let's see. According to this diagram, you didn't have to go through the control room to get to boarding lounge 1. It looks like you could have gone there from the southern corridor as well. Yes, but in her haste, Detective R rushed ahead of me towards the control room. All I could do was merely follow behind her. See. So we peeked into the boarding lounge from the control room door, and...
Hold it!
So you couldn't see who that figure was clearly or what they were doing? Sadly, the only thing I could tell was that it was a person standing motionless. The defendant, no doubt, staring aghast at his deed. Well, the explanation is there. I'm so close, but without evidence, I can't prove that person is the third party. I don't relish in this.
Hold it!
Aura Blackpool also saw a suspicious figure in the lounge, but she gave the statement that it was too dark to see the person's face clearly. Did you see this figure's face clearly? No, not clearly. The lighter they were holding illuminated the area around their feet at the time. Other than that, I could see little else. That's why I could see Taryn, but I couldn't see who the other person was. So for all you know, it might not have been Mr. Starbuck. Isn't that correct? I would like to believe that. Starbuck isn't the type of man who's capable of murder. Then why are you going against him?
Objection!
When the witness entered the boarding lounge, there was no third person there. Isn't that correct? Great Space Center Director. Yes, that's right. Only Starbuck and Taryn were there by that time. He was hesitating there. After we peeked in, the lounge suddenly went dark and the figure vanished. You mean they disappeared? That's odd.
Objection!
The reason the figure appeared to vanish is because it was the defendant. When the witnesses weren't looking, he fell to the floor and feigned unconsciousness.
Hold it!
Hold on. Director Cosmos, did you ever take your eyes off the scene? Just for a brief instant, about as long as it takes for a shooting star to go by. If you took your eyes off the scene, then this third person could have escaped during that time. What escape route could this person have used? Direction opposite the control room, the southern door to the elevators. There's no security lock on that door, so it would have been possible to escape that way.
Objection!
All things are possible, right, Dono? The real question is, do you have any proof? Gosh dang it. Well... We're just talking possibilities. We could each profess whatever we'd like. An inmate who used to be a university professor and lunar researcher used to say that there is a kingdom of little green men who live under the surface of the moon. As long as they don't punish us in the name of said moon for what we've done to it. And I say, where's your proof that this quaint kingdom exists? Following your theory of work of fiction, boss. He's right. I don't have any proof yet. Still. The southern door was a possible escape route. Better make a mental note of that. Director Cosmos, may I ask you a question? Yes. Why did you look away? God's sake, why now? I'll be right back, chat. Hey guys, sorry about that. That was my mom calling me. I wasn't expecting that. Give me a second, chat. I'm just gonna do something real quick. So I can tell she's getting stressed.
Hello there.
Hello there. Hi. Sorry, just give me a second. Um. Tooth, hi, welcome back in Overdue. Yeah, sorry about that, chat. I just had to do something for my mom. Well, I did something yesterday, but it's, something's happened, and she's wondering whether I should do the thing or not. I was just sending her as backup. Okay. Hopefully there won't be any more problems. Oh, nice, Tooth. Heck yeah. By the way, thank you for the stream streak. Appreciate it. And yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm just... My mom caught me off guard there, so that kind of threw me for a moment. Now I'm gonna get my head back into the game. Alright. Let's get back into it. Why did you look away from the boarding lounge? There's actually another tale of bravery behind the answer to that. It was when Detective Arms saw the figure and raised her gun. Being a great humanitarian and protector of mankind, I tried to stop her. What? You're saying Detective Arm raised her gun as soon as she saw the figure? Whenever my mom calls me, the anxiety spikes a bit. Like, I mean, I love talking to my mom, obviously, but like, when I'm in the middle of something and she calls me, it completely throws me off, and like, it's hard for me to get back into the swing of things when I'm, when I'm trying to do something. Whether that's like, the stream, or whether it's, if I'm gonna do chores, or, whatever I've got to do, like, it throws me completely. So it takes a while for me to get back into the zone. Lord Kai, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. I imagine her instincts as a detective told her they were the killer. I don't know about that. And were you able to prevent Detective Arm from firing her gun? I'm afraid I was too late. I was unable to stop her. She identified herself clearly, and then she fired 2 warning shots at the shadowy figure. This information about Detective Arm's actions sounds critically important. Please add it to your testimony. Alright. Love my mom. It's just that a call from her can feel like a vibe check jump scare. That's completely fair too. I get it. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots at the figure.
Hold it!
Objection! You're a cute. Thank you, I guess. And neither of these 2 shots hit the culprit? That is correct. The detective appears to have missed on purpose. Did she really? There's something about this that bothers me. So Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, did she? It's the first time that info has come out. I wonder if I can find any inconsistencies. I'm pretty sure we only saw one we saw proof of one gunshot, right? I'm pretty sure we did. Yeah, right there.
Objection!
There we go. Are you sure you were really paying attention to what Detective Arm was doing? You doubt my words? Words that will someday be written down in history books? Seriously? Somehow I don't think that those exact words will ever be written down in any history books. Mr. Wright, could you please explain yourself so that we can all understand? Anytime I hear my phone vibrating, I'm thinking it's my mom. Oh. You say that Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots, and yet only 1 bullet hole was ever found at the scene. What? Only 1 bullet hole means the gun was only fired once, and yet Director Cosmos is saying Detective Arm fired 2 shots. No editor would allow such a glaring contradiction into a history book.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, the witness's words are true. He confirms that 2 shots were fired from Detective Arm's gun.
Objection!
But there was only 1 bullet hole at the scene. Where did the other bullet hole vanish to? Oh, there goes the bird. You should know the answer to that already. I should. During the previous trial, a certain oxygen tank was presented as evidence. We've already discussed that it was ruptured in the lounge, have we not? Well, it appears that the thing that ruptured it was a bullet. A bullet that was found near the tank, to be precise. This bullet was fired from a .38 caliber gun, the same caliber as the detective's gun. What? Great. The rifling marks also match up. There's no question that the bullet was fired from Detective Arm's gun. Oh, fan-freaking-tastic. Rifling marks. They're like a gun's fingerprints on a bullet, correct? And examining the rifling marks on a bullet can tell us the gun it was fired from. One of the bullets the detective fired found its way into the holographic image display. The other bullet came to a stop near the victim's oxygen tank. Indeed it is, Copa. Thank you for the 10 stream streak and welcome on in. Hope we're doing well. The evidence confirms the director's statement that the detective fired 2 shots. My beautiful contradiction. Gone. Oh, gone. So that bullet hole was from a .38 caliber, huh? I better update the record. It's been a week, but it's almost over, and I'm grateful for this fact. Yeah, at least it's almost the weekend now. Very good. Now we know the fate of both of the shots Detective Arm fired. Mr. Wright, does that clear up all of your questions? Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots. One hit the holographic display and the other hit the oxygen tank. Does that really clear up everything about what happened at the scene? I would have said no, personally. No, Your Honor, it doesn't. Detective Arm fired 2 warning shots from a .38 caliber gun, and that doesn't explain the existence of a certain piece of evidence found at the scene. Okay, hang on a minute before we go further. Piece that points to the existence of a third person. Oh. Very well, but it won't do to keep us waiting, Mr. Wright. What piece of evidence suggests the possibility of a third person at the scene? Okay, what we got here? It's been a while since we looked. The victim's blood on it from a set of utility tools used. Okay. Only the prints of Director Cosmos, Starbuck, and Terran are authorized. Direct for backup power, print recognition attached to the recording device security camera. Starbuck's prints were found on the scanner screen after incident. Security camera video. I don't think that would do much right now. Yeah. Diagram of recording lounge in the cross section. Door locked to the east. It could only be operated by the director. Backup power lets it function even when the power goes out. Okay. Discovered in a gutter that runs along the south wall of Warden Lounge. It was fired from a .10 caliber handgun. This must be it then, because, like, this is a completely different bullet from the other one that we were talking about. So this has to be it, right? Surely.
Take that!
Boom! What is this metal pellet supposed to be? Just a little something of great importance we found at the crime scene, Your Honor. You found it where? In a floor gutter at the crime scene. It looks like the police and prosecution both missed it. Furthermore, this is a .10 caliber bullet, making it much smaller than the one of Detective... yeah! The boobs, heck! Hey, Horizon, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Making it much smaller than one of Detective Arm's .38 calibers. Well, then that means... exactly. One more person must have been there in the lounge. Third person who had a gun that could fire .10 caliber bullets. Thank you for the pets. Hey, Zootopia, how you doing? Oh, I'm sorry to hear you're not feeling great, Horizon. Go very soon. And if that's true, it explains why Detective Arm fired warning shots. This third person fired at Detective Arm and Director Cosmos with their gun. I'm doing alright, Zootopia. I'm doing alright. And in return, the detective fired her warning shots. Isn't that how it really went down, Director Cosmos? Ha ha ha, it looks like you've deduced my miraculous tale of survival. Yes, you're absolutely correct. The mystery person fired upon us. What's this now? What? You never breathed a word of any of this to me before. All great men have a secret or two, don't you know? Foolish old sir. Director Cosmos really has been hiding the presence of a third person all along? Director Cosmos, I want you to testify to the court about what you really saw. You may be a very great man, but in my courtroom you are just another witness. You won't receive special treatment here. Now please give accurate testimony. Detective Arm and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Terran on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Okay. Given that there was no third person in the lounge when the witness entered it, does this mean the person who fired the gun had to have been the defendant? Not necessarily. It's still possible that it was someone else. Most likely, as soon as Detective Arm and Director Cosmos discovered this person, they escaped through the southern door, the one that didn't have a security lock.
Objection!
Double-edged swords are a tricky lock. Just handle one, and it is you who is cut down. Huh? Your reasoning could apply if Spaceboy were the killer as well. Think about it. After being discovered, he could have fired the .10 caliber gun. Detective Arm would have responded by firing 2 warning shots. All he had to do was feign unconsciousness to invent the possibility of a third person.
Objection!
Mr. Starbuck didn't have a gun in his possession when he was found by police. Nor has a gun been found at the crime scene. Its absence can only be explained if there was a third party who took it with them.
Objection!
Recall the existence of a trash chute in the boarding lounge. The defendant could have simply thrown the gun down the chute.
Objection!
But you can't deny the possibility of a third person leaving with a weapon.
Objection!
It's up to you to prove that possibility. And I trust you haven't forgotten my little piece of decisive evidence. What evidence? Why, the detonator switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, naturally. The most compelling evidence of all that tells us he is the culprit. I did forget all about that. Look, your boldness. How deliciously obvious it is that they lack the evidence to rival mine. Wow, he sliced our third-person theory to ribbons and served it to us just like that. Yes, well, I have a question of my own, actually. That bullet that the mysterious figure shot, what did it hit exactly? It hit me. So does that mean you're a ghost? Your Honor, I know you're not the sharpest tool in the shed, but come on. Oh, Horizon, I'm sorry. Yeah, those kinds of moments are never easy. Like, no matter how long you've been with them, and no matter how many times you do it, it's rough. But all I can really say is, you're not alone, and just give yourself time to heal, and look after yourself. Video game logic, yeah, I know, right? I was wondering when you would realize it, your baldness. Director Cosmos is an authentic, bona fide ghost. He can even pass through walls. Blackwell, I
Objection!
Rescue Blackwell, shame on you for teasing the nice old gentleman. Your baldness was all in jest. Please show yourself again. Are you sure? In that case, how did you manage to survive being shot, Director Cosmos? Your water is so jumpy at the moment. But I mean, it makes sense considering the bombing thing, but also, come on. I'm glad you asked. It was a miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. The bullet hit my glorious Medal of Honor, whereby it ricocheted, thus saving my life. What? It's unbelievable. I have to check this out. Wow, look at that. There's one extra Diaxa star. The odds are literally astronomical. I guess it really was a miracle. I'm just checking my phone to see where the driver is for the shopping, for the next stop apparently. So it's anywhere from now until 20 minutes from now, essentially. It's beginning to really feel like the Cosmos is watching out for Director Cosmos. Why did you conceal this information, Director Cosmos? A great man such as myself has to hide things on occasion, no matter how much it hurts. It is the plight of the truly great. It may be hard for this generation to understand. I don't know, but it sounds fishy to me. What else is he hiding? Let's just cross-examine him and see what we can find out. Now then, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Let's save.
Hold it!
We've already heard all about that part. Don't you have any new information? Let me see. If you have an hour or two, I could tell you all about the Hat One miracle.
Hold it!
We already know all about that too. Tell us about something related to this incident. I see. You want to know about incidents. Well then, let me tell you about many incidents that made me the man I am today. Yes, if you have the time, I will tell you all about the upbringing of this great man.
Hold it!
This guy. You've told us all about that already as well. What we need now is your testimony. Did I really already tell you all about my upbringing? While doing so. Director Cosmos, perhaps you could save your boastful tales for later. If I must. Well, we peeked in through the control room door and...
Hold it!
But it was so dark, you couldn't see this figure's face, isn't that right? Yes, the room was as deep and dark as outer space itself. This Speaking of outer space, during the Hat 1 launch 7 years ago, how's a wonderful cat today? Doing alright over here. Doing alright. Thankfully not feeling as tired as I have been for the last week. I've just been so exhausted. Exhausted. I can't freaking speak. But thankfully, I mean, today was the first time I haven't napped in a few days, so that was nice. Even though, like, I love naps, don't get me wrong, but I hate having to need it, which is really annoying. Also, no biting chips. Stop it. Anyway, hey, I hope you're doing well, Static. If it's about that Hat 1 miracle again, you can sod off and tell it to a stray mutt. Excellent idea. No reason why the animal world shouldn't hear of my greatness. Sir. So they shall. But first, your testimony. What happened next? This guy.
Hold it!
I got honey ginseng tea, so I can't complain. Fair enough. Oh, excuse me. So in other words, you were fired out while you were at the control room door. Should we get Fox's jam jars and throw them at Director Cosmos? No. Why would we do that? That is correct. There's something not quite right about that. Director Cosmos, the bullet this person fired hit you. Isn't that right? Yes, it was a miracle. A miracle befitting a great history-making figure such as myself. I mean, do we really want to waste, do we really want to waste any good jam? I don't think we'd want to do that. Besides, I don't think Fox would approve. The bullet the figure fired hit me while I was in the control room. But as the Cosmos would have it, the bullet bounced off my glorious Medal of Honor. In that case, the bullet should have wound up somewhere around the control room door. Okay, so Director Cosmos was in the control room to the east. And while he was there, he was shot at by someone with a .10 caliber gun. Excuse me, KD. But the bullet hit his metal, so he was able to escape with his life. He's a very lucky man. No wonder people think he's great. Hey, I'm pretty lucky myself, so if he's a great man, then I'm king of all the cosmos. Okay. So Setabar and I rushed to the control room together. In the lounge, we saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and Terran on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired us. Still in the control room to the east. Actually, I'm just thinking now. Saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and turned on the floor. We were still in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Hmm. I feel like it's this statement that I need to present evidence on, but I could be wrong. Someone get this guy a comb. He keeps adjusting his mustache. It's true. Wait, hold on a minute. Discovered in a gutter that runs along the south wall of the boarding lounge, it was fired from a point in. Wait, that's the case. Saw a figure standing in the middle of the room and turn on the floor. We stood in the control room to the east when the figure fired at us. Although, wait, no, because then we talked about the whole warning shot thing. But the thing that's getting me is, how did the bullet end up on the south end of the room, if that's the case? That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
Objection!
That's not the evidence. I thought I'd give it a try.
Objection!
It's not that either. This?
Objection!
No? Okay. I could be on the wrong statement, to be fair. Let's try this. I love save files? Yep. Let's try this first.
Objection!
No. Okay.
Objection!
There we go. Okay, so I was on the wrong statement. I had a feeling it had something to do with the bullet. Director Cosmos, I believe you are telling this great court a glorious lie. A great man like me tell a lie? Have you ever heard of such a thing in all of history? Yes! My accusation is based on the positions of the people who were in the lounge. According to your testimony, you and Detective Arm were near the control room door, and the mystery figure was standing in the middle of the boarding lounge. If, as you say, the figure fired a gun at you from this position, then the bullet would have traveled in this direction exactly. However, we found the .10 caliber bullet here. Yep. Oh. This trajectory and where the bullet was actually found contradict each other. Director Cosmos, where were you really when you were being shot at? Speed! Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the human merry-go-round.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten already. Didn't the witness himself just tell you? The bullet hit his metal. Of this, there is no mistake.
Objection!
But in that case, the bullet should have been found near the east side of the room. Are you trying to say that you could explain this inconsistency? Of course. I didn't think that... What? Oh, great Director Cosmos. Yes? Is there something you'd like me to expound upon? You were in fact not in the control room to the east, were you? You were looking into the lounge from the door to the south. Is that not right? What are you getting at? Use your own brain. Your head must have some use other than housing that bird's nest. Wow. Bird's nest? Why does everyone pick on my hair? Director Cosmos and the detective witnessed the scene from the southern door. The killer fired at them there, and that is why the bullet was found in the south. Makes some sense, actually. Also, the witness being at the southern door is rather favorable for the prosecution. Huh? Got a bad feeling about this. How about a director? If you don't tell the truth this time. Oh, great. His handcuffs! You will become but rust upon my sword. I relish the chance to cut down a great man. Alright, I'll tell the truth. Just put your sword away. You are correct. I, the great Yuri Cosmos, was looking into the room from the southern door. What? It's the complete opposite of all the testimony he's given so far. And now you have lost the possibility that a third person was in the room. I have? How? The director and the detective were near the southern door, meaning the killer couldn't have escaped through there. The western door required print recognition. The border beyond was filled with smoke. The only escape route left was the eastern control room door. And the only way to get through there was with Director Cosmos' fingerprints. In short, there would be no escape for any third person had there been one. My third person just disappeared. God. Like in one of Trucy's magic tricks. Order! Order in the court! Director Cosmos, why did you tell such an outrageous lie? You were covering for the defendant, isn't that right? Yes, it was all for the love of my men. If I said I was in the eastern control room, it would mean the culprit could have escaped through the southern door. It would have meant there could have been a third person. All I wanted to do was protect Starbuck. I said I was in the control room to invent an escape route for a third person. What a convoluted lie. Is he really covering for the defendant? It looks like we've come to a conclusion. The defense's argument, the possibility of a third person, has crumbled. No! It's over. The judge is about to hand down his verdict. Think, Phoenix, think! This is the perfect time to try and turn my thinking around. The third person had no way of escaping the scene. And what if one of the people at the scene was this third person? Wait. What if the whole premise is all wrong? Director Cosmos said that he and Detective Arm rushed to the scene together. But what if that premise isn't true? What if one of them reached the scene before the other one? And if that person entered the lounge, then they would be the third person. Brendan is the only one who could have killed the victim and shot at the director. There doesn't appear to be any room for argument against these claims. I will now render my verdict.
Objection!
Please wait, Your Honor. Please wait, because I'm about to save. There is still one possibility. Oh, that better be good, Mr. Wright. There is one and only one person who could have escaped from the scene. And that person will be the first person who arrived on the scene. Then, upon entering the boarding lounge, the second person to arrive came via the southern door. That's why the first person fled from the room, using an escape route that was accessible only to them. Very well, let's hear more about this theory. Who is this one person who could have escaped from the boarding lounge? Okay. Let's see here. Well, I mean, I'd imagine it's one of... it's either her or these two, I'd imagine. Right? Let's give it a go.
Take that!
Okay, so it wasn't her.
Take that!
Yep, I had a feeling. What? But that's... Mr. Wright, what are you claiming here? Of all the people who were at the scene, only the witness could have escaped. The director is the only one with the authority to open the control room door after all. Right. What that means... Exactly. The true identity of the third person is our current witness, Director Yuri Cosmos. What? What? Order! Order in the court, I say! Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself in more detail. I assert that Director Cosmos arrived at the scene before Detective Arm and entered the boarding lounge alone. Detective Arm arrived after that and saw a suspicious figure who was actually Director Cosmos standing in the lounge. And that's why she fired those 2 warning shots. I've been hit! I've been hit on the starboard side! Captain Wright, it's a direct hit on the enemy ship, sir! A magnificent shot! Order shots fired from the enemy ship. Prepare to intercept. Cosmos, you have told a lie in this court once again. I've been hit. I've been hit on the port side. The enemy has called in reinforcements. Work the Cosmos Control Center. Requesting permission to ask that you return to reality. My ship will not go down to anything less than the ultimate weapon of evidence.
Objection!
But I do have evidence. In fact, I'm gonna save. You could say that your battleship bears the scar. If Director Cosmos is the third person or a black pill saw. First person, yep. And return the detective fires for 1 shots. Isn't that how everything went down? Yep. Director Cosmos must have been the one who fired the .10 caliber gun. When Detective Arm discovered him in the lounge, it only makes sense that he would have turned and shot at her. Therefore, the evidence on the director's body is of a different kind of relevance than before. Once we compare it against another piece of evidence, the mark that you received from the third party will all be the proof that we need. And prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Brace for further impact. Comparison against this piece of evidence will prove that you were the one in the lounge. Okay, I'd imagine it would be... It'd have to be this, right? Surely.
Take that!
No? Wrong. I thought that was it. My bad. Mark that you received from the third party will be all the proof we need. Prove that you were the one there in the lounge. Okay.
Take that!
I wasn't sure if I was there or not. Oh, it's not marked. Never mind. Okay, guys can hear the fireworks going off right now. I'm not sure what evidence to present here. This?
Take that!
Okay, what was that? The .38 caliber bullet found on the floor at the scene didn't hit the oxygen tank. It hit Director Cosmo. Right. Duh. If we have that ricocheted mark on the metal analyzed, I'm sure the caliber will match up. And if that mark proves to be from a .38 caliber bullet, it will prove that you are the third person that we've been looking for. I don't know how I forgot about the metal. But I mean, I did remember it, but I wasn't thinking. The bridge is destroyed. Losing altitude. All hands abandon ship. If that's true, then what about the bullet that hit the oxygen tank? It was the .10 caliber bullet. In other words, it was the bullet fired by Yuri Cosmos. Isn't that right, Director? No, you got it all wrong. What? The engines have started again. It's a miracle. I'm not going down yet. Witness, stop this at once and confess the truth. You don't want the history books to say that a great man was a great liar. Then accept your fate and tell the truth. You're giving me orders? Me, the great director of the Cosmos Space Center? Yes. The cosmos revolves around me. Speak. Someone get me off this thing. Order in the court. And will someone please stop the witness from spinning? Ooh, thank goodness we were able to stop him from spinning off the face of the earth. While he was twirling, I took the liberty of running an analysis on the mark on the metal. It was made by a .38 caliber bullet, matching it with the size of Detective Arm's firearm. Caught. Are you ready to confess the truth, witness? No, you got it all wrong. This is just a misunderstanding. Is he gonna start piling on more lies? Looks like it. But no matter how many lies he tells, I'll just expose them one by one. I'll make that big liar tell the truth. Speaking. Oh, okay. Or is it going to be continued already? Director Cosmos, a new possibility has been presented by the defense. They are claiming that you are this third person. Forgive me, I'm so sorry. The great pioneer of space development is revealed to be just another fabulous cur. I only have one question for the likes of you. Shall I send you off quickly or very quickly? Ah! The evidence doesn't lie, Director Cosmos, so don't try to talk your way out of this. Alright, I'll tell the truth. It's all just as you say, Mr. Wright. It's true that I was there in the boarding lounge. I mean, I would be too, Katie. I got there before Detective Arm, and when she arrived, she fired warning shots at me. I was afraid people would mistake me for the killer, so I escaped to the control room. I then went past the elevators and all the way around the boarding lounge one again. I came up behind Detective Arm and pretended to be the second on the scene. What a troublesome old man you are. Such convoluted deeds and thoughts. I see. So then, are you still insisting that you did not kill the victim? Of course I am. When I arrived at the lounge alone, I saw the true killer. Great Yuri Cosmos was a history-making witness.
Hold it!
Now hold on just one moment. We just proved a few minutes ago that the third person that Mr. Starbuck and Miss Aura Blackwell saw was you. No, it wasn't me. I saw the person as well. Oh my fucking god. If I were the killer, why would I lie to cover it for Starbuck? I would just leave him to take the fall. That is an excellent point. Well, it makes some sense if he told those lies to cover for Mr. Starbuck. Still, a lie's a lie, Athena. Director Cosmos claims he's not the culprit. Where's the proof? Ah, I just remembered. I have an alibi. Miss Blackwell said that she saw the killer at 10 a.m., correct? Yes, and... well, I was on the 4th floor helping with the evacuation effort. Ask any member of the staff you'd like. They'll cooperate with me. They'll corroborate me. Jesus Christ, that was a tough one. The director is not fibbing to the court for once. I confirmed that he has an alibi for the time specified. So, you're claiming that Miss Blackwell saw the killer commit the crime first at 10 a.m. And that you arrived at the lounge after that? Yes, and I believe the person I saw is the same person that Miss Blackwell saw. Although it was pitch black, so it was more of a shadowy figure and less of a person. And I couldn't actually see their face, but it was definitely the silhouette of an earthling. As long as he has an alibi, we can't very well claim Director Cosmos was the killer. No, we can't. Then again, maybe we don't need to yet. I wonder if he was really covering for Mr. Starbuck. Your Honor, the defense moves to have the director testify about the person he saw. Well, Dr. Cosmos, your testimony, please. As I tried to enter the lounge, the true killer inside fired a gun at me. I had to avoid getting shot. But when I tried to get another look, they had vanished into the air, or into thin air. I was near the elevator side door, and, well, the launch pad 1 door. The control room door should have been shut tight and killer. So you were shot at by the killer as well? And then they disappeared? Yes, though luckily no harm came to my glorious body. Unfortunately, the bullet hit Terran's oxygen tank. I know, because I heard a pang. That must have been the sound of the tank being ruptured. Wait, I thought the bullet hit his metal. That was Detective R's bullet, remember? Right. What a mess this is turning into. So let's see. Director Cosmos is claiming that when he found Mr. Terran and his killer, the culprit shot a .10 caliber bullet at him. Right, but it actually hit Mr. Terran's oxygen tank and ruptured it. And then the killer disappeared and the director went into the boarding lounge. As Detective Arm caught up and fired those warning shots at him, judging by his metal, it looks like one of them almost took him out too. Good summary, but that doesn't explain where our mystery killer went. Director Cosmos, I was wondering if you could elaborate on when the figure disappeared. I'm ashamed to admit I tried to hide myself when I was shot at, but when I peeped back into the lounge, the real killer was gone. I rushed into the lounge straight away to investigate. What I found was Terran with a knife in his chest and Starbuck out cold on the floor. We have a culprit who vanished from a scene that had no escape route. Vanished without a trace. It's truly like one of the great mysteries of the cosmos.
Silence!
A riddle of the ages indeed. But I'd rather know how a fibbing leech such as you can be lauded as great. A great man is always misunderstood in his own time. He must remain true to himself, even if those around him don't understand. Wow, that might be the first true statement he said all day. But how do you suppose this person managed to vanish so suddenly? Simple. Because it was Space Boy himself. When he was spotted by the director and Aura, he quickly feigned unconsciousness. That would certainly take all the mystery out of the idea of a vanishing culprit. I want to raise an objection, but I don't have any counter evidence. Director Cosmos, when you saw this person, did you also see Mr. Starbuck on the floor? No, because it was as dark as a black hole in there. I didn't see Starbuck until the other person vanished and I entered the room. That wasn't exactly helpful. I'm prepared to accept your surrender, right, Dono? I can't find any holes in his testimony, but I can't give up. Mr. Wright, why don't you let me help? Huh? While the director was given his testimony, I detected a cacophony of discord. Which means he's hiding his true feelings from us, huh? This just might help us find out what happened to our vanished killer. That'd be great, Athena. Let's see what you could do with him. You got it, boss. I wouldn't want to miss this chance to delve into a great mind. Yuri Cosmos, prepare to hand over the secrets of your heart to me. Alright, time for Widget. Tried to enter the lounge. True killer inside fired a gun at me. I'm noticing anger here. To avoid getting shot. When I tried to get another look, it vanished. Thin air. Near the elevator side door. And while the launch pad on the door. Wait, hold up. Wait. Door. Huh.
Got it!
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you seem to be afraid of the launchpad door. The Great Yuri Cosmos? Afraid? And what basis do you have for that outlandish accusation? Whether I have any basis or not, you seem quite distressed by it. Most certainly not. Director Cosmos, there's something about the launchpad door you're not telling us, isn't there? Is it speed? Oh, he's speechless. Looks like you hit the nail on the head, boss. Yeah. It's working, boss. One more punch and it'll be a knockout. There seems to be one more emotion that's at odds with his testimony. Go get him. Okay, back in the Matrix it is. Time to pinpoint our way to victory. Yeah, it's the anger that I'm thinking is the one.
Got it.
When we view your emotions alongside your testimony, we find the unexpected emotion. Wait a minute. There really isn't anything straight. Oh, never mind. I don't know, but I think maybe we made a mistake. Okay, it's not that. I thought the anger one was it, but it's not. Wouldn't you be shocked if they vanished?
Got it.
Try that. There we go. You must have thought it was very strange that the killer vanished into thin air. Dude, that kind of thing just doesn't happen usually. And yet, at that time, you barely registered any shock at the occurrence. What? Why are you... Ugh. I can only think of one reason as to why you weren't surprised by the killer's vanishing act. You must have had a good idea where they went. Isn't that right? What? No, of course not. That's preposterous. Only I could enter the control room. And the area beyond the launch pad door was filled with smoke, making it impassable. And as for the southern door, I was standing right there. There was nowhere for the killer to run to. Maybe, or maybe not. You went into the room to check on Mr. Starbuck and Mr. Terran, didn't yes? What if the culprit took the opportunity to silently slip out through the southern door? I highly doubt it. As you recall, right after I entered the lounge, Detective Arm came rushing towards it herself via the southern hallway. Anyone trying to escape through there would have been caught by her. And yet, the director wasn't surprised the killer vanished. So you're absolutely sure there was no escape route for the culprit to use? Ugh. I'll just input those 2 pieces of data. And... yes! Just what I wanted to see. Presto changeo! Less Discord! Looks like we're on the right track. Thanks, Athena. Now to make sense of what we've learned. Director Cosmos wasn't surprised that the culprit suddenly vanished from the lounge, which points to the possibility that he knew where the killer had escaped to. Okay. Furthermore, talking about the door to the launch pad made him uneasy. In other words, he's probably hiding something about the launch pad 1 door. When we put these 2 pieces together, only one solution to this puzzle comes to mind. Director Cosmos, if the real killer escaped through here,
Take that.
culprit went through the Launchpad 1 door to escape, didn't they? It's the only thing I could think of in terms of why he was afraid of that door. Yes. I mean, no! Disaster to starboard! We're going to crash into an asteroid! Master tactician, you are not. But the area beyond that door was filled with smoke, wasn't it? True, but this is still the only logical answer there is. Hey Vincent, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. I don't know, Silver. We could just figure out what the director is hiding about the Launchpad 1 door. We should be able to iron out the logical inconsistencies. That door requires fingerprint recognition. Only Starbuck, Terran, and I have access. I don't see how the killer could have opened that security lock. Do you? That's an easy one. The killer was right there in the boarding lounge, meaning there's a way he could have easily gotten past the security lock. Come to think of it, we did examine the prints on the fingerprint recognition device. I propose that the killer used this person's fingerprints to get past the security lock.
Take that!
Well, that's... Mr. Starbuck was lying unconscious there in the boarding lounge. Anyone could have easily gotten past the security lock by using Mr. Starbuck's prints. And actually, Mr. Starbuck's prints are exactly what we found on the device's screen. Yeah, we did read about that. Looks like he does have something to hide about Launchpad 1 door. I'm betting it's got something to do with the culprit's escape route. I don't have enough information to see the whole picture yet. You know, something just occurred to me. Would you like to hear it? Huh? Oh, yes, by all means. There's a security camera in boarding lounge 1. Right, the one that recorded the victim and the defendant. What about it, Your Honor? If the true culprit escaped into the Launchpad 1 corridor, then that might be recorded on the security footage as well. Then, the mystery will be solved. What do you think of my logic? I hope you didn't strain your faculties too much for that, your baldness. Oh, I beg your pardon? Look, if you play the security footage beyond this point... Oh my! The footage cuts off! The camera was running on backup power, but apparently the power cables were damaged. Most likely by the after effects of the explosion. There is no footage after this, be it of criminals or space aliens. Thought it was such a good idea, too. You tried, Your Honor, you tried. Just because your grandchild is watching from the gallery, it doesn't mean you should try to show off too much. Grandpa Baldness. Wow! Prosecutor Blackwell, how did you know about my grandchild? I think his grandchild just learned a little bit about the harshness of the adult world. Setting aside the issue of grandchildren, I'd like to have the witness continue. Director Cosmos, could you tell us more about when you entered the lounge? If I must. That's true, Katie. After the killer vanished, I went into the lounge. That's when Detective Arm appeared from the elevator side door. And then the detective shot at me. You see, the killer could have only escaped the Launchpad, right? I don't think this is it, but... Wait, was that right? Dr. Cosmos, why were you so surprised when Detective R found you, and again when she fired? Okay, so that was right. I'm gonna wait for the ads to be over because they're about to start in a sec. Alright, Chips, take care. But yeah, we'll just wait for the ads to be over. They're about to start in a sec. You were absolutely right, considering that he knew that Candace was in the building and she shouldn't have been. Yeah, yeah. Or he shouldn't have been. Yeah, I get you. Just browsing social media while we're waiting. How's everyone in chat doing? You guys doing alright? I will concede being shot at is worthy of surprise, but still. I mean, yeah. That's what I was thinking as well when you mentioned that. I was like, wait. I mean, anyone will be shocked. Doing alright watching your kitty brain flex. Uh, it certainly gets a workout from this game, that's for sure. Okay. I'm gonna open a pack of cards in Pokemon Pocket. We'll continue. One new card. Okay. Alright. Alright, cool. Okay, and welcome back from ads, everyone. Sorry about that, and also thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. And let's continue. Why were you so surprised when Detective Arm found you, and again when she fired? Isn't there? Isn't that a bit unnatural? Sadly, even great men such as myself have ordinary human feelings. Our bodies are bound by the forces of gravity and emotions. Even a great man such as myself experiences surprise on occasion. Yes, I'm sure you do. But my real point is not the fact that you were surprised, but rather what you were surprised by. Pardon me? First, you were surprised when Detective Arm found you in the lounge. And just after that, you were, of course, again surprised when she shot at you. And boom sec. Hey Mike, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. But considering what you were surprised about, a strange phenomenon occurs here. Director Cosmos, what is strange about your surprise reaction is the fact that you were... We got surprised twice, not surprised by something else, more surprised when Arm came. Sure, you were surprised when Detective Arm shot at you, but the surprise you felt when she found you in the lounge was much greater. The fact that you were more surprised by simply being found than being shot at suggests to me that you were conflicted about whatever it was you were doing there. The enemy has acquired a new weapon. Commence operation. Hide under your desk. Ah! Please tell me I finally sunk his battleship. Hey Snap, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Boss, I'm getting less Discord now. That must mean he really is hiding something about that launchpad door. Whatever he's hiding most likely has something to do with the killer's escape. I wonder what it could be. He was doing something suspicious around that door. Maybe we can spot some change between before he came to the room and after. Detective Fulbright gave us a photo taken after the crime. Let's run a comparison. Let's see. This is footage of the door before Director Cosmos arrived. And this is how the door looked after the director entered the lounge. Hey, look at that. There is a change. Something's definitely different. I think I saw it, actually. Director Cosmos? What is it? What have you two been up to over there? Finding the answer to what you were doing when Detective Arm found you, that's what. And that answer lies clearly in this footage. All we have to do is compare it to the photo that was taken during the investigation. Don't be ridiculous. If you really do have an answer, you'd have pointed it out already. He's asking for it. This is what changed directly after the incident. Maybe not. Oh, wait. Yeah, I think I see it. This?
Take that!
Yep. Not what I was thinking at first, but still. The answer is this knob. That's... Your Honor, please take a look at this footage. Let's see. Take a look at the knob next to the launch pad door. As you can see, it's horizontal. Yes, it is, isn't it? However, when we investigated the scene of the crime yesterday, the knob was vertical. And what does that mean? It means that sometime between before the director arrived and after, someone turned this knob. Dude's getting hella dizzy from all that spinning. After the scene was discovered, you were the only one who could have turned the knob. Come on now, Director Cosmos. Let's hear what you have to say. What were you trying to do by turning that knob by the door? Fine, I admit it. You're right. I did turn that knob. That knob is a safety lock meant to keep the launch pad in place. I was afraid there would be more explosions, so I wanted to move the launch pad away. I wanted to do... What? Hey, didn't Blanca tell us something about how they prepared for launch? She said that once the launch pad's fully assembled, it's moved to the launch site. But the safety lock in the boarding lounge has to be disengaged first. I guess that clears up what that knob was for. Oh, so if the killer escaped into Launchpad 1 corridor, maybe they were transported along with the launch pad to the launch site? I don't think so. Launchpad 1 corridor was filled with smoke. I'm noticing something here as well. Like I was gonna point it out before, but I'm noticing something here, and it's throwing me off. And I wondered if that's gonna be brought up. I don't think they could have escaped through that corridor. But then where did the killer escape to? Guess there are still some things we have to uncover. Dr. Cosmos, I'm requesting you tell us about moving the launch pad in more detail. Fine. Listen carefully, for I'm about to give history-making testimony. Sure. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. Okay. Feared there would be more explosions. So I had to cut the launch pad loose. Surely the only escape. I had to launch pad 1. That area was a sea of smoke. Found it. Where on earth would they have gone? Why is there no reaction here? That's very sus.
Got it.
Oh, maybe not. I thought that would be it. Okay, it must be the angry part then.
Got it.
No? What? It's selected, right? I did select that, right? I just want to double check. I wasn't... Okay, yeah, no, I did it. I did, that one. Okay, back to the beginning then. Surely the only escape killer had was to launch one.
Got it.
I was wondering if it was that one, but I thought I'd go later into the testimony just to be sure. I had no choice but to disengage the safety lock. You make it sound like you were reluctant to do so. And yet, when you did it, you felt some joy, as if you were very pleased with yourself. How did you do it? How do you know everything as if you were there? Pretty impressive, isn't it? This is the power of analytical psychology. So care to explain why you felt joy when you disengaged the safety lock? When I think back on the facts we've discovered up to this point, I have to believe that you were trying to fulfill some hidden agenda. How do you know about that too? Because I'm more or less a pro at guessing. But you have no proof that I had a hidden agenda. And even if I did, I would never ever tell you. So there. I know they say people regress as they grow older, but you, sir, take the cake. And how could you doubt a man with such great intensity, intelligence, and integrity?
Silence.
You, a man of integrity? It all made me laugh. Prosecutor Blackwell? What came over him all of a sudden? You've spouted nothing but falsities since you stepped up to the stand. You're not the kind of man that would be glorified in the annals of history. Not for greatness, anyway. Unless you consider greatest bar-faced liar an honor. Liar? His words bite harder than his blade. You moved Launchpad 1 after the explosions. My, how naive you are. You fail to realize how even the facts themselves have betrayed you. You know, just a thought, but modern English can be your friend. And here's a thought for you. Immediately following the bombing, Launchpad 1 on the Borden Lounge 1 was on the Borden Lounge 1 side. The police confirmed this on scene. What? Please do not over the whole liar thing. So that means the director didn't move the Launchpad? Curse my judgment for calling history's greatest liar to the witness stand. Let us leave him to indulge in his lies and war games to his heart's content.
Objection!
He's been doing nothing but spinning for ages now. But it doesn't make sense. You can't deny that someone turned that knob. And once the safety lock was released, I'm sure the pad must have went somewhere. If we chase down the truth of this issue, we might just find where the killer escaped to. Yeah, no, there was a bird. Shows up every now and then. Have a nice evening at work. Hopefully it's not raining still. Not sure. Love you too. Stay safe. Bye. There goes Cat. You're sure it must have went somewhere, or just might find out, or we just might find out? Your arguments are nothing but conjecture, bluffing, and wishful thinking. Stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is. Or are you not man enough to, boy? Dang. Talk about hidden below the belt. Youngins these days. I don't understand it. I'm sure Director Cosmos must have moved the launch pad. The knob was definitely turned after he came to the lounge. But the launch pad is right where it's supposed to be. Maybe I have it all backwards. What if the director turned the knob, not to move the launch pad away, but to bring it back to where it was supposed to be? What are you blathering about? What if the launch pad was at the launch site before the incident? And then, after the incident, Director Cosmos moved it back to its usual spot. All he had to do was turn the knob to call the launch pad back. And it would be right where the police found it. Ugh. You made him sigh like Mr. Starbuck. Oh. Was what I said really that off base? It pains me to have to explain how wrong your own logic is to me. However, our great liar turned the knob only after he discovered the crime scene. Indeed, the pad existed beyond the lounge when our astral wanderers made their escape. A fact that has been recorded for posterity on filmless film. Alright. So to reiterate, stop chasing your fantasies and see reality for what it really is, boy. Get Mr. Right and focus. We know the launch pad must have been moved, but our deductions and the actual facts of the case are in direct contradiction to each other. Well, maybe the two astronauts never actually boarded the rocket. This footage could be fake, taken with body doubles after the incident or something. On second thought, that's too far-fetched even for me. Never actually boarded the rocket. Hey, wait a minute. Maybe. Just maybe. Huh? Prosecutor Blackwell, what if I told you that the two astronauts never set foot inside the launch pad area, but instead went into another place? And what if when the director moved Launch Pad 1 back, it was not from the launch site, but from another place? What would you say then? Cut the existential bull or I'll cut you. Mr. Wright, you will explain yourself at once. No, I'm right. It was all the other way around from the beginning. Very well, Your Honor. Let me explain. Director Cosmo's reason for moving Launch Pad 1 was... Let's see. To hide it, to switch it with another place, to trap the true killer. Ooh. Try that. Oh, it's not that. Okay, never mind. It was worth a shot. Is it really to hide it? No. Okay, so it was to switch it. I had a feeling it was that one, but I wasn't sure. Because he wanted to switch it with some other place. I'm sorry, but did you say switch it? But what could he possibly have switched the launch pad with? I'll keep you surprised, Your Honor. All it takes is a little thinking outside the box, and the answer becomes clear as day. This is what was switched with launch pad 1. I'm guessing it's the Space Museum.
Take that!
I mean, it's the only one. Launchpad 1 was switched with Space Museum. In the past, the Space Museum used to be at Launchpad 2. There we go! It has all the same features as Launchpad 1, and could even be moved to the launch site, meaning the Space Museum and Launchpad 1 could also be switched with each other. You can't mean The rocket the astronauts boarded was not the one in Launchpad 1. It was the one in the Space Museum. Yep. We're finally gonna be acknowledging the thing I noticed. And yet it's the only explanation that accounts for every riddle and inconsistency. This is how the Space Center was just before the incident. I see Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum have already switched places. That's right. And with the two switched like this, the astronauts entered the Space Museum from boarding lounge 1. This allowed the True Killer to enter Launchpad 1 from boarding lounge 2 and set the bomb on the rocket. Come to think of it, the door to the Space Museum from boarding lounge 2. Yeah, that's right. It was open to the public. Exactly. Anyone could pass through the door to the Space Museum. There's no fingerprint recognition system on that door. In other words, with two launch pads switched like that, someone other than Mr. Starbuck could have easily planted that bomb. After setting the bomb on the rocket, the culprit snuck into boarding lounge 1 and waited there, concealed, in order to kill Mr. Terran when the two astronauts emerged from the Space Museum. Recall that Miss Blackwell, Mr. Starbuck, and the director all saw a suspicious figure, who we can suppose, after killing Mr. Terran, made their escape into the Space Museum. After that, Director Cosmo switched the two launch pads back, without realizing the killer was inside the Space Museum. The killer then left the Space Museum and made a clean getaway. Right, Donald. See, you know how to handle a sword, and handle it well. Perhaps I should call you Swordmaster Bluff. I'm a seasoned warrior who has cut down many a prosecutor.
Silence!
I mean, he's not wrong. But unless you could prove your theory, it's no better than a rusty sword. That's right, you have no proof I switched the launch pads. Somebody needs a better anger management counselor. If the launch pads really were switched, there might be a record of it somewhere. There is! At this point, Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched with each other. So the corridor beyond the door should be the one that belongs to the Space Museum. Let's see. This is an image of the Launchpad 1 corridor. Do you see anything different when we compare to the security footage? Huh? That number on the floor. What do you know? Looks like we have proof after all, Prosecutor Blackwell. And if this is just another bluff? Oh, don't worry. It's all right here. Right in this footage. Proof that beyond this door is the corridor to the Space Museum. Very well then. Answer this for me if you would. I'm gonna save anyway, but I know exactly what it is. I don't really have to, but I'm doing it anyway. Just in case the game's finicky. What in this footage proves that the corridor belongs to the Space Museum? Right here.
Take that!
I noticed that earlier. And I was like, wait a minute, that's a different number. There's a one on the floor of the Launchpad 1 corridor. But take a look at the floor of the corridor in the security footage. Do you see the number on the floor behind the astronauts? It doesn't look like a 1, does it? That's because what you see is actually part of a 2. What? Why is it a 2 and not a 1? That's because the corridor you see is the one to the Space Museum. Got him. So that means the corridor in this footage was not filled with smoke. That's right, because the explosion didn't occur in the Space Museum. The explosion occurred in Launchpad 1, on the side opposite the Space Museum. And now that we know the two astronauts escaped from the Space Museum, the mystery from the previous trial of how they got down the ladder is cleared up. Mr. Terran, carrying Mr. Starbuck, simply took the elevator from the upper level down to the middle level. It's incredible. The two launch pads were actually switched. But you'd think someone would have noticed an event of this magnitude. Everyone was down in the basement shelter when the launch pads were swapped back. There's no way anyone could have known what was happening on the surface. Boom! No more lies, Director Cosmos. It's high time you told us the truth. My honor, my glory, everything is slipping away. Galactic engine, ignition. Oh, it's gone haywire. Ah! It won't stop. Yum. Yum, yum. Oh my god. Oh, bye. Did Looney Tunes ask? Jesus Christ. Bailiff, understand after that witness. Okay, that's easily the funniest breakdown I've ever seen. Ooh. I see we managed to retrieve you before you came to any bodily harm. Quite the exit from the court, I know, right? My phone. Director Cosmos, do you admit you switched the launch pads? I admit it's true. I switched Launchpad 1 for the Space Museum. It is good to hear words I can believe for a change. Before you do, Your Honor, two things. First, we don't know if Mr. Terran had prior knowledge of the switch. As for Mr. Starbuck, he was unaware of his surroundings thanks to his medication. Either way, Mr. Terran would have realized the instant he stepped into the Space Museum that it had been switched with Launchpad 1. So my first question is, if the Space Museum was perfectly fine, why did Mr. Terran feel the need to put on such a dramatic display? That's true! As for my second question, I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. No, please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The director is terrified. He must have one heck of a reason for not wanting to explain why. Probably not a good time to try and pry it out of him, huh? Excuse me, but would you mind if I picked up my stars? Without my badge of rank, nothing. Well, I don't see why not. Bailiff, help the director retrieve his stars. It appears the possibility of a culprit other than the defendant has presented itself. Mr. Starbuck, is there anything you wish to say? I don't get it. Don't get it? What don't you get? Director, why did you do all that? From the very beginning, you never meant for the launch to go ahead, did you? You tricked us. It's a Starbuck. Starbuck, my boy. I'm sorry. I can't tell you the reason why. But I had to do it to protect the Space Center. Director, will I ever get the chance to go into space again? Yes, of course. I won't rest until it happens. I will get you into space again, my boy. And the dream, still alive.
Silence.
Oh, what now? You're not going into space, Starbuck. Prison. I won't have it any other way. Why are you so hung up on him? Yes, I accept that the launch pads really were switched. But if there were a third person at the scene, I suppose they could have escaped. But I have yet to see proof of this third person's escape via the Space Museum. I figured there was more, Katie, but I thought that we would have, like, I don't know, gone on to do some more investigating or something. Oh, that's a good point. Saint Streamer, hi, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. He's right, I don't have any proof. Starbuck, you spill everything you know. What, me? Where did you get those bombs? Tell me now. Don't. My blade shall feast on your blood. I'm gonna die. I want to die in space. I have to do something. Solomon Starbuck. Prepare yourself. Oh. No, you know violence isn't the answer, Prosecutor Blackwell. Annoyingly cheerful laugh. None other than... Fulbright! Champion of righteousness, Bobby Fulbright. Bobby Fulbright here. In justice we trust. Detective Fulbright? Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Lawyer. I hope I'm not too late. I don't believe we had an appointment. I tried to hurry, but I ended up helping a little old lady cross the street. And then I had to break up a cat fight. I tell you, just as sure is a full-time job. Is it a fight between cats, or... why are you here again? Because the defendant isn't the culprit, and I came to make sure that justice is served. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Fulbright. I always thought you were a bit touched in the head. But have you finally succumbed? Damn. Hey, Slushy, welcome on in. Oi, it's not a thing. Stop it. Nope, but it looks like you've succumbed to this phantom of yours. Damn! Can I give it the hydrate? Open your eyes and let the evidence of justice uncloud your judgment. What evidence? Fight! Come to think of it, he did say something about finding us some evidence. Fight! Stop it. Stop it. I didn't think he was serious, though. So what is a detective? Is it something that will prove Mr. Starbuck innocent? Doctor on cheese. It is indeed. Have a look at this. Oh, it's the lighter. What's this? Lighter? That's right. A lighter thought to have been used by the culprit, no less. Doctor on cheese. The Space Museum's cleaning robot picked it up. It has the victim Clay Terran's blood along with his killer's fingerprints on it. What? Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, can I assume that the fingerprints don't belong to the defendant? You bet. Mr. Starbuck is totally innocent. This is it. This is just what I needed. Oh. Oi! No eating! Stop it. Your Honor, this is decisive evidence that supports the defense's earlier claim. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. With pleasure, Your Honor. Recall where this lighter was found. Based on that, we can extrapolate that after the killer murdered Mr. Terran, they escaped with lighter in hand into the Space Museum, where they dropped it. The switching of the two launch pads occurred. And finally, the killer left through boarding lounge 2 and made their escape. Meanwhile, Mr. Starbuck was found in boarding lounge 1 after the murder, a fact that Director Cosmos has testified to. Therefore, Mr. Starbuck couldn't have possibly been the one to drop the lighter there.
Silence.
Ah, but the defendant had free reign of the area until Director Cosmos appeared. Could he not have dropped the lighter in the Space Museum during that span of time?
Objection!
You'd like that to be true, wouldn't you? But Director Cosmos testified that right after he saw the mysterious figure with the lighter, he went into the lounge and found the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. In other words, Mr. Starbuck wouldn't have had the time to double back to the museum. No, Prosecutor Blackwell. This lighter could only have been dropped by the real killer. Most importantly, Mr. Starbuck's fingerprints were nowhere to be found on this lighter. I think you understand what this means, don't you? This piece of evidence unequivocally proves that Mr. Starbuck wasn't the culprit. This does indeed appear to be decisive evidence that proves the defense's claims. As for the remote switch that was found in Mr. Starbuck's pocket, you can assume it was planted by the killer on the unconscious Mr. Starbuck. No, there must be some mistake. Frankly, Prosecutor Blackwell, I've been worried about you. You've been chasing this phantom for 7 whole years. I understand your urgency because tomorrow...
Silence.
Thank you for the stream streak there, Slushy. Fulbright, you promised never to speak of that. Huh? Tomorrow? What about tomorrow? Given the body of evidence, I think it's safe to say the defendant is innocent, in light of the fact that it was impossible for him to have committed the crime. Few unanswered questions remain, so I look forward to seeing what you two uncover. But for now, this court finds the defendant Solomon Starbuck. Hell yeah! But seems like we're not done. At least that's what it sounded like. And a Bosek. Hey, didn't Snaker. Yes, we did it, Mr. Wright. Looks like we pulled it off somehow, huh? With some help from Detective Fulbright. Mr. Wright, Miss Sykes, thank you. Please thank Apollo for me, too. You all are the best. Oh, I wish we could tell Apollo about Mr. Starbuck's verdict right now. Yeah, me too. That's gonna have to wait. Not a thing, Snaker. Stop it. Now that a verdict has been reached, I'd like to bring today's trial to a close. Court is adjourned.
Objection!
Yep. I thought it was too soon. It's too late to object, isn't it? It simply isn't possible. Something's wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell, are you dissatisfied with the verdict? Fulbright. What were the results of the fingerprint analysis for the lighter? Huh? The results? Why are you laughing? Well, I was in a hurry, you see, and then there was that cat fight, and, well... God damn it! I kinda got carried away when I heard the prints weren't Mr. Starbucks, so... Yet to read it? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you read out who the prints belong to? On thorough analysis, the fingerprints... were found to belong to Athena Sykes. What?! What?! Yeah. What the hell is going on? I better continue. So says the report. What? What? Huh? Me? Order, I say! Order! Miss Sykes, tell me you have an explanation for this. We just finished proving that the lighter could only belong to the killer. So finding your prints on it could only lead us to one grave conclusion. I don't know how they got on there, but I know I'm not the culprit. This can't be happening. We built up our argument piece by piece, and I don't think any of our reasoning was faulty. So how could it have led to this? What have I done? Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Order! Order! Detective Fulbright, stop your crying. What is happening here? I thought the world's gone mad. Order! Order! I will have order! Fusion spiraled into utter chaos. After all we'd fought for, the truth had turned cruelly on us to accuse Athena of crimes. Somewhere, somehow, everything had gone terribly wrong. We had stumbled over the edge, reason, and into the jaws of a twisted darkness. Okay, so wait. Oh my freaking god. I thought for sure that we were still going to be on case 4, but now we're just moving on straight to case 5. What the frick? Astro Dude, hi, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Oh my god. I'm baffled. I'm just trying to process everything. Like, oh my god. That was insane. Well, I suppose we better continue. Episode 5, Turnabout for Tomorrow. No one can escape their past. We're finally gonna learn about Athena now. The sins we've committed, and the sadness we've caused. Wait, that was... No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever present as the moon in the sky. Looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. Only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on in hope towards tomorrow. I took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. Now it's just you, Phoenix, with Trucy. This past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now, Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah. It seems so empty, too. I don't get it, Daddy. All of your reasoning during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, I still believe it was. At least, based on what we know. But now, Athena's the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proves the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. She was subsequently arrested for the murder. Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Ugh, where is the flaw in my reasoning? What have I gone wrong in this case? You know, Daddy, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right, Daddy? Of course I will. Thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocence, I better get out there and find some evidence. Off we go, then. We're on a hunt for evidence that will prove Athena's innocence. Great. Before we go, I better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. Truth is right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic scooter, full speed ahead. Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Daddy. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Okay. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey! Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to fly into space again. Can't thank you enough. Except... What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. You saw Athena? I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. Now you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. No question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then, they could put me in prison instead. I don't mind. Dude, you're off the hook. You're good. You just need to get Athena out of it. Jeez. Alright, the ads are about to start. I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go refill my water bowl while the ads are running, so I'll be right back. I'm back. Just gotta wait for the ads to be over. So you're Captain Starbuck. Did you bring me my large peppermint mocha for with extra cocoa? Oh my god. Matt Macropika, hi, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. I got some potato chips as well. I was at it. Oh, all right, welcome back to Matt, everyone. Sorry about that, and also thank you for your patience. I'm just numbing on some potato chips real quick. Couldn't finish them. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. I just wanted to have a quick snack. Alright, let's continue. You can't have that either, Mrs. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mrs. Starbuck. I'm gonna give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get it acquitted, just like I did for you. I know she'll be alright with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos to do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. There was never going to be a launch that day, not from the very beginning. Wonder if Play knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when you... Surely he would have noticed when you went to board the rocket. I think I was the only one who got taken in. And I guess that's about how it goes when you're worth less than space debris. Is he gonna be alright, Daddy? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said they never did find a .10 caliber gun down that trash chute. Just I thought. The culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun, Mrs. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female? Tall or short? Can't even tell you that much. I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door. Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened this door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now, the door leads to the Space Museum. Oh wait, was that the Starbucks? Oh. You mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum are switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I can see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Does the Launchpad get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. These days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? No. These days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because, quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. I'm sure tough. Daddy, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? Show you around. This is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep. But this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either? That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into Wooden Lounge 2. Amazing that it took 5 mainline games for a murder to cover 2 episodes. Yeah. What are leaves down here? Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are lots of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but it's surrounded by trees. I don't know. They were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. Wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor and they came in that way? Not everything is set up like a magician's stage, you know. Well, I don't see anything else that jumps out at me. I imagine this corridor is built exactly like Launchpad 1 corridor. See if he has any comments on these. Nothing? Alright. Leave me be. Curse the wretch who sullied my good name. Reverse course and full speed ahead. Full speed away. Turn to Cosmos. Wait. I'll handle this, Daddy. Take that. The mobility system has been compromised. Chrissy's knife throw was a direct hit to one of his tires. And the streak continues. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. My dear old battleship, we fought many a skirmish together. It has been an honor. Daddy, he's gonna blow that thing up! Nah, I bet all that button will do is just make it go haywire again. Very well, I surrender. Prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Director Cosmos, when you were talking in court about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. Oh? Okay, you got Cyclops. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this. Alright. Do we have enough evidence for this, though? Let's give it a go.
Take that!
I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads. I refuse. You can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see. Where to start? This is how you explain your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it for the bomber to prevent the bombing or to save the astronauts. I think it's one of the two, so either fool the bomber or save the astronauts. I'm gonna say save the astronauts. Thanks to you switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. How do you propose I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he had been drugged with his medication. But, without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull off your plan. Pull your plan off. Okay. I'm thinking either clay, arm, or could have been aura, but I'm not sure. Let's try Terran first.
Take that!
Yep, had a feeling. You must have gotten Mr. Terran to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then, with Mr. Starbuck in a daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Someone please help this poor prisoner of war! How was he able to spin around like that? I want to know. You really wanted to save the astronauts' lives. Shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? Guess he must have had a compelling reason why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because... I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety. But it was just a warning. It could even have been a prank. Why did you believe it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Mediums? Are we gonna see Maya? Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was you yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. Bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while. Planning another launch? So you haven't learned. I'll never forget the terror I felt when I received that call. Bomber said it's been a while? And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Director Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before? Maybe. The culprit in the current case is the same person who was involved in this incident. Ooh. Shoot, is it the miracle? I'm only thinking that because that's near and dear to Director Cosmos here. The Hat One Miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as a heroic tale of bravery. But in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few knew about the previous plot, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank. Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, the Hatwell Miracle was really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage, murder, what's the ugly truth behind the Hatwell Miracle? I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago? The murder at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. I'm not sure. No? I'm just gonna throw out guesses here.
Take that!
Wait, what happens when I press Athena?
Take that!
Okay, it's not Athena. Thank God. Didn't think so, but
Take that!
yeah, that one would make sense. Apollo?
Take that!
No? I'm just throwing out names right now.
Take that!
Which one is it?
Take that!
Oh, okay. Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in the case that happened here 7 years ago. Oh, okay. I did not remember that detail at all, but alright. I mean, I knew he was, you know, I know he was in prison for being a murderer or something rather, but yeah. I don't know. Anyway. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. If the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, he was shaken. It meant the true culprit's been running free all this time. Why do you keep seeing straight through me? There we go. The reason why Director Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat 1 miracle. Sabotage and murder that happened at this space center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads. Here we go. We'll have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. Hey RP, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered outer space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. All that in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personal effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. Put it simply, Spy. Spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up a rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space R&D race. Some try to outdo others by any means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of sabotage. The same O at this time. Yes, and here I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? There's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit it. They had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. And then, to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? Or that was the Hat One miracle, wasn't it? And then 7 years later, same MO, advanced warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? Right. Caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder. They said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed with for our country's honor. Quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. But I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. And I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center the night before and switched the launch pads. That way, the astronauts must go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. Then, I put a closed for repair sign at the door to launch pad 1 in boarding lounge 2. You did that so no visitors wouldn't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Terran. But you didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it? He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. The plan went well until... Clay's murder. Or Clay's murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort, Parrot is dead and Cat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which had returned to us only recently, is also lost in that blast. Home, center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for. Wait, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Terran. It had been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. The capsule was being held in a safe at Launch Pad 1. but I gave it to Terran before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Terran's possession, it would make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. But our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway. Speaking of explosion, I hear a firework again. Hey, Horizon! Or rather, you've always been here, never mind. Sorry, I was thinking you just came in for a second, but no, you were always here. My bad. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The launchpad explosion wasn't the one the capsule was lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. Ow! Courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence and was blown to smithereens. Yet another casualty to that of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship. A tap on my advanced communication system. Wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I use this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few select members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion. Implanted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident and the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. And this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. So if we can find this phantom... That's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell, too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if, though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. It's all over for me. Bing! I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. He's gonna be alright, Daddy. Well, at least he'll be in good company. There must be planets out there he could spin with. Reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission, too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he's achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go visit the Space Museum. Whee! I don't know, Silver. He's just spinning. You good, my guy? You good? You gonna stop? No? Okay. We'll just leave you to it. Have fun spinning. Don't get sick. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There. That's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh, wow, look at that photo of the team! There's Clay, Mr. Starbuck, Director Cosmos, or Black Hole, and even Ponko. Not even commenting on the last woman on the side there. I've never seen the woman on the right before. Is that Athena's mom by any chance? Hold on a minute. A bit of a stretch, but I don't know. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article too. At-1 launch imminent. There's a photo of the Hope space probe. It's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder of or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like the director said. Daddy, take a look at that jacket. Must be the At-1 team's uniform jacket. Same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a At-1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mrs. Starbucks. Hello? Oh! Oh, Miss Woods. What brings you here? I heard Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. Though, I thought you might be here at the scene. You must be so worried. Well, rest assured, I'm gonna do my very best to defend her. Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. That explains why she knew all the space stuff. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. Yeah, exactly. Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Yeah, please. I want to know. Tina's mom worked here. Ah, okay. I'm almost convinced that woman in the picture is her mom. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. Oh, okay. Well, why was a psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. Sad memory? Could you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. Had a feeling. Same time frame as the At-1 launch. Athena's mom, in the robotics lab, she was murdered. What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. All this time, she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. I never saw her again. Oh, the music. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face, I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Corte's case? That's right. And I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person. So cheerful and happy. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Huh, I wonder what kind of research it was. Because of her special ability, Dina couldn't handle being in school very often. And I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Daddy! Show her that picture! Atta girl. Good idea. Oh, is it not that one? Oh, what was that? Okay. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look, there's Tina's mom. I was right. I freaking called it. The woman on the far right. The one in the kimono. That's Dr. Meta Sykes. Oh, yeah, there is a kimono. Tina's mother's murder. Did it by any chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected. So this is the murder Director Cosmos was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Blackpool was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? That would explain it. There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is? Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods. Please, try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Daddy. I hope we can fit it all before the day is through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Sounds like a plan. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Judging by the cutscenes that we've seen, I'm guessing Athena did see the murder of her mother, which is really, that's really, really devastating. Oh, hello. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy meeting you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Your own business? To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate. The one behind the courtroom bombing incident? He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I just had to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around here and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? Ha ha ha, I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. Hi again. You, what nerve you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. I could waste my breath on you. After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence? No. Question? Okay. No violence? But Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. And just answer me this, Mr. Tonight. What is the truth of yours, or what is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed Detective Arm, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone's hand as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops. I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me. I got a little carried away. I'm telling you the truth. I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. We can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. We're even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. We haven't found any new facts yet, though. Oh, they laid it all out piece by piece. I'm trying to clean my glasses, and it's absolutely disgusting. Give me a second. Okay, it's not perfect, but it's better. Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Oh, looks like his geek switch has been activated. Okay. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You're going to see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. Not bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after questioning is over to see her. After we came all this way, too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Daddy. Alright. Sounds like a plan. Oh. So this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge, where people were directed to evacuate from via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Daddy, look! Over there! Apollo! They plan to use this bag to carry the capsule. Is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell? Wonder what they're talking about. Well, time to spoil our fun. Just when I was enjoying our alone time. Lucy! And Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you'll need my permission if you want to do any snooping. I heard about the trial. You made mincemeat out of the director. Suddenly, Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, Princess, was in. Case closed. And they all lived happily ever after. Daddy, say something to her! And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? Princess, huh? She's talking about Athena. Of course. Athena's innocent. Oh my, such loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Ooh, all this laughing has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Terran, you look pale. Can I help you to the sick bay? Terran? That's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo is possessed by Clay's ghost. Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran... Mr. Terran, how are your injuries? Mr. Terran... Guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Or, I guess Clay intends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt the lawyer that defends her, too, of course. Robot that can see ghosts? Right. And I'm a spirit medium. That's the second time that's been referenced now. I really wonder if we're going to see Maya. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I intend to defend Athena, no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. Help me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too? Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. Well, Miss Aura, that's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I am ready to utilize my blast processing abilities to impart all available information. Oh, what a magic trick! He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that came through this lab were designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Thanks. Better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clunko. And then our hearts were created by that great genius, Dr. Meta Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotions are not irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Yeah. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis's research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now, two navigation companions are all that are left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left? Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? Yeah, honestly. We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots almost as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. But you lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Oh, jeez. Alright, the ads are about to start, so I'm going to pause here for a minute. And we will continue right when the ads are over. Thank you for the hydrate.
Let's get a good stretch.
Alrighty then. Oh, just checking something. Oh. Ah. Excuse me. My nose is so itchy. How's my Mother Nature being? It's fine. I've gotten through the worst of it. It's now just sort of waiting it out. It's always the first day or two that's the worst part. But thankfully I've gotten past that now. we're just gonna wait for the next few days, well, a couple of days rather, for it to stop. It's really only the first day or two that's the worst because that's when the discomfort really kicks in. Like, thankfully, I don't feel like any, like, I'm not in agony, basically. Like, I'm not in, like, extortionate pain, which is a relief. The only thing is that it's enough discomfort and pain that it's distracting. And when I have that, it's so hard for me to focus on anything else other than the discomfort. Therefore, I usually have to take painkillers, and I usually have to take a nap in order to just to, you know, at least feel better. But it's so hard for me to focus on work when like on the first day or two, which is really annoying. But thankfully now, because I've gotten through the worst of it, I'm starting to get back to some form of normality again. Yeah, it's not fun. It can be very distracting. Yeah, it's very distracting for me. Alrighty then, and welcome back from ads, everyone. Sorry about that, and also thank you for your patience. Appreciate it. We will now continue. Uncle was an important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So I could do anything I want. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. But why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Daddy's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell. Or, yes, Prosecutor Blackwell. Or so it seems. That's a quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now. But that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it, to help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Ah, Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly. And he was oddly serious about it. Rather than a teacher-student relationship, he treated her more like how a royal samurai would treat his sovereign. Huh. He seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with that miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? That's what I want to know. Well, she is Metis' daughter after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when we ran into Aura yesterday. All makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around in here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you could just waltz in and ransack a person's lab? Show me a search warrant. We're not the police, so we don't have one. Then get out. Now. Plonko, show them out. Certainly, Miss Aura. Ouch, don't push! My apologies. I'm just following orders. Well, crap. What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay, just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. I guess that's true. Does she mean he's usually silly and dorky? I mean, yeah, he can be. I'm gonna keep an eye on him. Hey, wait, Trucy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright is probably still questioning Athena. So go back to the office. Alone. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? Something on the floor. What's the letter doing here? Is it Maya? Hey, Nick. It's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. It's Maya! I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have really been something. Although, weird is par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Oh, Maya. As if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Oh, I miss her. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use on Cyclops. Maya's the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Is it Pearl? Wait, is she older or is she still young, like a child? Mr. Nick? Not. She's older! Oh! She's so cute! Oh! My girl's growing up! Oh! Oh, it's you, Pearls! Oh! She's so cute! How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who is also a spirit medium. Very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old. But Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. Wait, so if he met her when she was 8, how old is she now then? I'm assuming she's in her late teens by now. Or middle teens, even. She's 17. Okay. Wow. She's all grown up. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? I apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. It's even further off on the details than Maya. I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that. I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. I'm kind of like, now that I'm realizing that she's, like, practically, well, almost a young adult now, I'm just giving her, like, like, a normal voice. I'm trying to, like, pitch it a little bit, if anything, but yeah. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more? Oh, yeah, here it is. Yes. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office. So Purdy said she would come and help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Also, that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. I am Pearls. Thanks to these two, I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm gonna whip this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackwell if I want to learn more about his case. The trial's still going on. They must be holding him down at the detention center. She's so freaking cute. Well, look who's here. Wonder what they're talking about. All this time and you haven't said a word, even turning your hair gray. Who's that? Wait, that's not Maya, is it? Oh no, it's... I don't have anything to say, or why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Oscar Blackwell. Hi, Fox. Welcome on in. God damn it. Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk. Miss Blackwell? Don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today is all there is when there's no tomorrow. There's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. I see you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please. See if I care. No, it's not. Ugh. Oh, I cut the tension with a katana. Rasterek, hi, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. And Ibon, welcome on into you too. I don't know. Looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. Thank you for shouting out Fox. Yeah, guys, if you haven't followed Fox in a Fedora, what are you doing? I mean, I practically shout him out every single time. One of my best friends, very talented being, and is running an award-winning show now, which is freaking amazing. Which exclamation mark podcast, if you want to give it a listen. It's called The Adventures of the Fox and the Fedora. It's on practically every podcast site. I really do need to update that command, actually, so it has all the other sites. Hope the game's been treating you well. It's certainly been a wild ride, Ibon. I'll say that much. That man has a skunk on his head? Yeah, it does look like it, doesn't it? What? Oh, yeah, he did. He bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackwell, forgive me, but it was just the thing to do. But as a result, Sykes-Stoner was arrested. Was that just the thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. I don't know. This is blade-proof glass, right? Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. You're looking for somebody you called the Phantom of 7 Years Past, aren't you? Villain! Where did you hear about that? This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof. Right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single... Oops. God damn it. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you would cooperate, we could probably solve both cases. I suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was, without question, me. I stole Sykes-Stoner's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. You're Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you. Well, god damn it. Here he goes. Oh! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell. Now what are we gonna do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? A little. Police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was charged with murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There were 2 decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was reached very quickly. 2 pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that does sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? Oh, sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I'll have to see you some other time. And what was the second piece of evidence? That one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See? Here he is at the crime scene holding a bloody katana. It was the victims. Kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. Hard to explain this one away. Okay. But who took this picture, Detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. The reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. Okay. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. Execution date? What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. But I guess there's no sense hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. That's why he was talking about tomorrow. Oh. Oh. What? Tomorrow? No. What if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something, right now. Want to do something, but... You're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. No, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister would persuade him, or could persuade him. Uncooperative. When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit? This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Hold right here. What? What's happening? You gotta be kidding! That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer, the robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction? Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. Are you freaking kidding me right now? They've holed themselves up in the space center and taken the visitors as hostages. They did what? No. Trucy! We have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. What the hell? Riot police are here. Then the robots really are holding people hostage? Huh? Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed around? Was I only trying to help this nice person? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You robots have declared war on us humans. You've even taken hostages already. Stay away from it! You never know what it'll do! He's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's just trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay here on your own? Leave it to me. Alright, people. What's going on here? I thought that was Pearls. Pearls, over here! Oh, Mr. Nick! There you are! I heard terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Hunger seems the same as before. When people are sad, I am happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Uh-oh. There is something wrong with them. Welp. Looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. Bronco? Uh-oh. Ha ha ha. Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. Ah, the robots are rebelling. Everybody run! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Huh. I wonder who is controlling the robots. Yeah, I wonder. Ha 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 ha. Fools. How could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. Oh, wait. I guess it's, yeah. Well, I'll still do the robot voice regardless. What? But it is true that I've taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey, you! Hostage number 1! Come here. I'll let you talk to them. Huh? Something being displayed on Clonker's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Daddy? Daddy, is that you? Jersey! Jersey, is that you? No. Jersey, are you alright? The 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Daddy. They've gone haywire. The researcher is the one behind it. She's here. Cut. This girl talks too much. Jersey! Jersey, talk to me! Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Terran's murderer, Athena Sykes. Huh? Now, hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No, wait! Mr. Lawyer? I know I have absolutely no right to make such a ridiculous request, but... You need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do. Promise me. Promise me you'll never hand Athena over. And you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now, I better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick? How do you plan to buy time? No idea yet. But this hostage taker? Could be? If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have Hunk of Junk kill all the hostages. Princess. Junk. There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. Miss Hostage Taker, Athena's not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they've got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena. It's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? Don't know yet. The culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You could still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage taker? Ah, jeez. Yeah, right, Ibun? Um... Hmm... Retry it in court, maybe? I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. Hee hee hee. Ha 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 ha. That's good. Real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we'll need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? And I guess I could be fair and let you come in and check out the crime scene. But Hunk of Junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow, Hunk of Junk. Riot police, make way. We're coming through. Mr. Nick, wait! I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pulse. I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Oh boy. Laura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long. But we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright. It's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest? Oh, cutscene. Edgeworth! Hi!
I trust you've been well, right?
Oh. You have aged like fine wine, my good sir. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor. Now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? Oh. The title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Bernie!
I got here just in time for Edgeworth.
That you did. That you indeed did. Bernie, welcome on in. Thank you for the 2 1 sub for 44 months. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, Edgeworth, I have missed you. So what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist, Dr. Meta Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos and the police notes on them for you to see. Ugh. He really does, Katie. He really does. What a terrible way to die. This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. I also have the autopsy report for you. Okay. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. Yes, Detective Fulbright mentioned she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. Police were called in because of the sabotage threat on the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, the suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, the young prosecutor. I hear his trial was over in a flash. Yes, a guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video and a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Kind of odd that you'd kill in cold blood without a motive. Yeah, exactly, Katie. It doesn't make any sense. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you could prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we could stay the execution? Possibility. That's why I intend to help you any way I can. Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together! Okay. Examine. One heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules, I am the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgetron, JT02. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photo from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room. So it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. Strange black rock, or black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture? Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Okay. So the person who stole it. Think it was our spy? Sure of it. Dr. Sykes was probably killed because she was a roadblock in their plan. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackwell is the culprit. Okay. Not as cluttered as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think this must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It's scheduled to be loaded onto the Hope space probe that fateful day. The 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule. Which reminds me... Edgeworth, did these 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? Oh, you mean this? It's a custom-made shock-resistant bag. But how did you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. Looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? What's this? Looks like a giant power plug. Attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here periodically and charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? Poor robots. What's this? Giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think there's thin parts here are... I think these thin parts here are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. There's a spiked ball and giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something? Picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun riding around in. We could even probably both fit into the biggest one. I know. We could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Even if you're good friends, yeah, you don't trust him. An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. Oh, as Blackwell was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. Looks like an operating table. Jesus Christ. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here then as well, with the victim's body lying on it.
There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it.
Girls, don't touch the...
Oopsie.
Hey, it's moving! It appears to be a robot assembly device.
Disassemble anything in the flash. Push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick?
Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Oh, Pearl. Laura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me.
Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten that out.
Wait, before you do... It's a scythe. Honko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal.
You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright. If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area.
Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident?
When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused.
Huh. He calls Dr. Sykes' mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura?
Hey, Jeannie, welcome on in. Hope you're doing well.
Hey, when you see a big red button, you gotta push it.
Yes. With the loss, she exhibited a severe...
What the hell is that name? Or word? Catacolomin? Not sure how you pronounce that.
Imbalance. Excuse me, but I have no idea what that means. Pardon me. Searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then takes out her feelings on those around her.
After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well.
That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. But then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura.
Before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Clonko, huh?
Murder destroyed so many lives.
Right. Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Clonko and Clonko. They're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Can determine the presence of a human with a heartbeat detection system. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tag. Can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered. Can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. There's a few references to Widget here. So I'm guessing Widget was made by Athena's mom. That's what I'm guessing. Heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by the yeah, we already read this. Amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might even be more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? Or what's that supposed to mean? Kinda sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Yeah? Yeah? Makes sense? Well, I guess that's about it for this room. What do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth?
You did?
Yep. I called it a special request. You reached out to me while I was still disbarred.
was what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back?
Yep. Blackwell case. Right. I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore, remember? I haven't been one for a long time. That 8-year misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon, a convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Aw, just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right, I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. Like I said on the phone the other day, I know that the type of criminals you're after now aren't small fries anymore. Looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm gonna end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all about. Yeah, kind of, Katie.
The dark age of the law. It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and in the papers. And I hear there are more false charges and fabrications of evidence than ever.
When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence, and a year after that, the prosecutor was found guilty of murder.
Wait, do you mean...
That's right. I'm talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that. An absolute nightmare. After those 2 cases, mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Oh god, not that again, Ibun! Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's very hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together.
It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other.
Yeah, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many a night's rest. It's weird, did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. It sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate the robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intended to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing for you is to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence.
And then maybe she'll release the hostages.
I'm counting on you, right? To set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this isn't an official trial, I'm more at liberty to be a little unorthodox.
Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation?
Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena.
She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center.
Still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'd be good to face you in court again. Hell yeah, let's go. Just like the old days. We spent 3 whole games dealing with prosecutors who were antagonistic towards Wright. I mean, yeah. The true in-universe reason for the failure of the juris system was a lack of faith in the courts because of the dark age of the law. All right. She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. I feel like I haven't seen her in ages.
Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly, too! I knew you would come. After all, the first step is the interview with the defendant.
Because you're my friend, and I was worried about you.
Thanks, boss.
I'm not the only one who's worried either.
Really? Who else?
I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself. She came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. The ads are about to run, so I'm going to pause here for a minute. We will continue right after the ads. I actually have a question for you. For when I upload this VOD onto YouTube. Should I split the cases to 2 different videos, or should I just keep it in one video? Let me know what you think. Hey Darius, welcome on in. Not a thing. Stop it. No nom in the cat. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for the ads to be over and then we'll continue. Maybe depending on how long, May 1 or 2. So I think we spent like 2 hours or a little over 2 hours on the previous case. Since case 4 leads directly into case 5, I'd say get away with keeping it as one video. Okay. Yeah, I was just thinking about it because like they're 2 different cases, but at the same time they're still related to each other. So I suppose I could still keep it in one video. Now, by the way, chat, while we're talking about the VODs, actually, the VOD channel, exclamation mark VOD, which I'll do right now. There we go. All streams are being archived over onto YouTube now, so if you ever miss a stream, you don't have to worry about missing them because they're all going to be over there. So the full Cry of Fear playthrough is on there now. And any other game that I play in, all art streams are now going to be archived over there. Yeah, so you don't need to worry about missing a stream. I really like, I really wish that I did this sooner, to be honest, because this is a really good way for me to look back and, you know, grab clips, um, or, like, moments, to make into clips for YouTube and TikTok, um, instead of having to race, to get a VOD, uh, you know, while it's still available for, like, 2 weeks on Twitch. So having it being archived onto YouTube now is definitely very handy for me in regards to that. But also, it's good for anyone that might want to watch me play a specific game. Because I know I've had people that said that, oh, like, have you played Night in the Woods or have you played, you know, this game or whatever? And unfortunately, I don't have the VODs archived for that, which is very unfortunate. Um, so yeah, I'm just glad that I'm able to start doing this now, honestly. Um, yep, welcome back from ads, everyone. Sorry about that. And also thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. Yeah, I was just basically asking the question about whether I should split the VOD into 2 videos, like, because of the different cases, or whether to just stick with the one. But it seems like at least a couple of you that have answered, it seems like you guys agree that it should just be in one video, just because they go directly into, like, we're going, like, case 4 and case 5, they are connected to each other, so it does still work, technically speaking. Hey, no biting. Stop it. Um, so yeah, I think I might just keep it into one video on YouTube instead of splitting up. So yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. Anyway, let's continue. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. I gotta get back in the game. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright. But there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Stop biting! Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to? That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. Stop biting! So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs, and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see the Hat 1 group photo? The one with your mother in it? I did. What I really wanted to see was her jacket. Jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes's? Oh. Oh! Wait, that could come in handy! I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows, where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave?
How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions.
Alright, Darius, no worries.
When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. My mind must still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after that. I don't remember how I got home.
No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough.
Which means... what if I'm the one who killed Clay?
I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. During the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. Will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing?
Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow! Robots that can understand people! I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work. She never paid any attention to me. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff.
No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones?
I had to wear them every time I went out. I hated them so much. She wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand.
Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research.
I want to believe that. Just about the only things my mother left me with her widget. And this earring. Oh, it's beautiful! It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me, in her own way.
I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. That's what I want to believe, too. Better ask her a little more about her mother's research. To show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. This one?
Oh, it's the Plonko series! You must have gone to the robotics lab.
You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko.
Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know. Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too! See Ponko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wound them around and around. Pretty bad job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was.
Looks like there's something written on the bandages.
Yeah, I wrote stuff like "Get well soon, Ponko." But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. That must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what Mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the Space Center? Yeah, a little. And this person has he even taken hostages? Guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiating, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. Oi! Stop the biting! But you're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep. I know he's innocent. Just have to prove it. So wait, did you know him back then? Yes. He used to come and visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice on his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate, and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave to give testimony. Rose is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was a shaking and scared little girl. Small and ineffectual. Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day, I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Ryan, thanks to him. I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. I studied it. Felt like she was there with me, supporting me. Doesn't seem like Athena knows. Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the famous Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. Ow. Sorry about my nose, guys. It's been so itchy and just... yeah. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. What was he? What did he say? I can't tell her. How could I lie to Athena? She'd be able to sense your emotions, dude. He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled.
like he used to back then. I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial. I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. Just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Oh, okay. Ah, thought you might be here. Mr. Lawyer, we're in trouble. We are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session.
Oh no! But this is an emergency!
It's very difficult to interrupt a trial once it's underway. I haven't heard this in a while. My phone. It's from Trucy. I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait! We still have a little more time. Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. The poor thing. She's a little too young to die, don't you think? No! Don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I could do. Cruelest injustice is about to befall us.
No! This can't be happening! Next to Maya, help us!
Wait a minute. Maya? Courtroom. That's it! There is a courtroom we can use after all. Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We can hold it in the ruins. Courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. God. Yeah.
Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick!
But I never would have thought of that. Astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. Didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackwell? I indict Athena Sykes on the charge of murdering her own mother. You'll be defending the little princess there, the one behind the glass. Oh, was it indict? My bad. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for your courtroom, Mr. Wright. What are you talking about?
Athena?
Of course. Didn't it ever occur to me before? Peter Blackwell is innocent. Somebody else had to have been the true culprit. At least we'll have plenty of fresh air during the trial. True. Did I kill my own mother? No. No! No! Okay, are we back? I think we're back. Chat, let me know if you see this. OBS couldn't believe it either, it seems. Yeah. Yeah, refresh the page if it hasn't started up again. Oh, jeez. What a time for the freaking OBS to act up. Oh my god, okay. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. That is the worst time for that to happen. I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black lock protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. There's no way to remove them. Oh boy. Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, Chad, that is the perfect time for me to wrap up for today. Good freaking lord. Thank you for hydrate. Oh my god, what a case. Oh my god. Alright. Oh boy. So after case 5, we have the special episode. But yeah, this one is basically the last one, so to speak. Oh my god.